Okay, looks like we're on here as well.
Yes, it's not in there right now. Thank you, I appreciate it. You should be good. Sorry about that, guys.
All right.
I guess I didn't look to see who I'm signing these for. Oh, Kathy. Okay. I was looking.
There you go. You guys are all good.
Thanks, sir.
No problem. Sorry about that.
You're okay. Wonder who's on.
Can we pull up the Zoom so we can see who's on, please? There you
There
go.
we go.
Everyone knows these-
Okay.
You need a gallery view for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because all of they still only see you guys. So
Okay.
cool. Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom that has something to say? I don't hear anybody. I don't know if they're on mute or whatever.
Oh, there's Leon.
This is Leon, none for me.
Okay. Russell, do you have anything to say?
I'm right here.
Oh, you're right there. Okay. That's right. And right.
Wow, he's in person and on Zoom. Boy, that's
Yeah.
a first.
Yeah. So, do you have any comments?
Not till,
Well,
Okay.
I'm on.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
On
Okay.
today.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess that any comments in person here, public comment? If not, we will move over to the commissioners. Commissioner Ford?
Well, it's haven't been feeling very festive until this very moment this morning, but I got festive coffee and apparently cool little National Association of Counties socks.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if Leon can see these. I think he'd probably be particularly interested in that, but I'll figure out something to match those with. So thank you everybody for that. Busy week. I'll be as quick and brief as I possibly can be here. Monday afternoon, I spoke with Tara Clausen. She's the director of Kanza United Way. They're engaged in some large scale efforts to do some community fundraising and have some employee fundraising drives here locally, including one with Riley County that we need to here in 2021 maybe look at and figure out how to move forward a little bit more with everything here locally. I'll try to get her in. I don't know if she's emailed you or not, Cindy, but I gave her your email and Deanne's email for the Reach Committee too. And maybe sometime in January or February, we get her on and let her come in and give a presentation. Tuesday afternoon, Zoomed the monthly meeting of the Board of Directors of the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. I gave them the usual monthly update of what we're doing here in Riley County. Talked a little bit about the small business grant that we're all obviously very appreciative of. They had their usual end of the year appointments for officers, directors, committees, and boards. And the 2021 annual leaders retreat has been postponed. That was on the schedule for January 14th and 15th. It's going to be here in Manhattan eventually. They're pushing that out at least to June because they really want to be able to do that safely and effectively in person. So let's hope for June on that for them. Wednesday afternoon has been customary for me since late March. I listened in on the White House's national COVID briefing teleconference call. That's with state, local, and tribal leaders. On this particular call, it was a little bit more in depth than they've been here recently. Deborah Brooks from the White House Corona Task Force was on. She discussed just current local, national, not necessarily local, COVID trends. Paul Mangos, the Deputy Chief of Staff for the United States Health and Human Services, gave an update and overview on what's going on with Operational Warp Speed. I think we all probably know that term pretty well at this particular point in time. And Stephen Hahn, Commissioner from the FDA, and Deborah Messner, Director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases and the CDC. Those are both two long terms that need to be shortened too. Both discussed current vaccine approvals, distributions, and prioritizations moving forward. And it was a really, really informative, really, really in-depth conversation. And yesterday afternoon after work, I went over and met with Leon from Public Works. We had that discussion of some items you wanted to discuss within the department that after having that conversation, I think are going to be very vital to our process moving forward. So appreciated that time and that discussion as well. And here we are, Thursday morning.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wells.
Yes, sir. Well, I got an email from a person begging us not to extend that mask mandate to April 21st, which the person said, well, what does the county think? Is stupid? Well, it's kind of self-explanatory when you find out that the city's the one that did that. People just don't pay attention. They read something and go off on a tangent, And I wish people would just pay attention to what they read. Yesterday, I attended the North Central Kansas Regional Juvenile Detention Facility Board meeting, and the monthly meeting, and it's very interesting. From my work there from March of 2015 to December of 2020, they gave me a beautiful Seth Thomas mantle clock with the brass and a thank you and everything, and I really appreciated that. There was two other outgoing also. One commissioner, the outgoing commissioner, is doing a memorandum of understanding with his county because no one's interested in doing the job, so they're going to authorize him to attend next year. And I assume that would only involve just he gets reimbursed for mileage. And in saying that, we had a discussion after the meeting. We really talked about county business and how little anybody knows about county business. Most of the county work is all set in state statute.
Mhm.
We're not forced. We do the work that the state authorizes us to do: collect taxes, roads, bridges, and vehicle registration, et cetera, health department. And people think that county commissioners do a variety of social things. County commissioners operate the county, and that's the first thing we need to learn. And in visiting here, I see the other counties, several others have the same situation we have. In my opinion, here we have two county commission candidates elected, have been elected. Only one of them appears to desire to be a county commissioner. The other one has some agenda. I've never seen the other person in there for quite a while, and they have a couple others the same way. Platte County has a big involvement over there, and they haven't seen anybody since Robert Reese resigned. And so they're going to put a call in because, with the county investing money in there, you'd think they want to represent it there. I mentioned in Raleigh County, we have one commissioner that has a job, he is busy. But I said, we have another person I think would be excellent that actually wants to be a county commissioner. So maybe in January I can help. If you approve a person to attend the monthly meeting, well, then I'd be glad to meet him over there and introduce him.
Fortunately for us, we've got a really good administrative assistant, and she's working on those board appointments right now as we speak. So,
but anyway, like I say, it's they're looking at the bond issue or the issue passed in Saline County. So they purchased some land the other day for the new facility. So our director there is looking at some state funding and looking at the old facility to build a second site for juvenile detention. And but that's 3 years down the road. So it's may or may not happen. And but whoever we have to attend those meetings with, it's going to be very important because Raleigh County is the third county in the money we pay to operate it, plus the number of people we have use the facility. So I think it's very important that Raleigh County has someone on there. Other than that, I'm trying to heal my big toe up. I didn't realize how far I could kick a steel wheel in the dark.
why?
Well, I was going to shut the compressor off, and when I got dressed, went back to the shop. I forgot to, and I stepped on a little piece of wood, so I thought I'd took it off the slab into the leaf pile. In the dark, unbeknownst to me, was a great big Model A steel wheel sitting there. And my big toe kicked that thing further than I could throw it. So I would be suffering for a while, I believe.
Moral of the story is you're never too old to learn old and important lessons.
You better believe it. That I learned how important lighting is. That's it.
That's it. Okay, well, we will all be thinking about you and your suffering.
And your big toe.
Right. Didn't do too much between there. I had family in for a couple of days, and my oldest daughter came with another friend, which the friend lives in Indiana. My daughter lives in Alabama, and they were going to a funeral in Wichita of one of their classmates when they graduated from Manhattan High. And so they did that, and we had a nice time. And her friend remembers me from way back with the association of my daughter and what was happening and different things. And so it was a pretty good thing. And I think we're getting closer to winter and setting in for good. So
Just for the record, it is December.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. But not till the 22nd, the winter starts. Okay. So anyway, that's what I did, and so we're here, and it's time for the business meeting.
First item is a resolution appointing the emergency management director for Riley County.
Clancy, do you want to give some clarification on that? Please?
Sure, be glad to. This is Clancy Holman, Riley County Council. Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
This resolution is required by state statute. The county has to actually make a formal appointment for its emergency management director. And of course, deep into the transition between our current emergency management director and our new emergency management director. So it's time to get this done. You would have a choice of making it either effective today, I talked to Russell about this, or effective on the 22nd. There's really no difference. You just need to fill in that blank once the board decides when you want that to be effective. I don't think there's any problem with doing it effective today. So.
Okay. Guess my question is, are you ready for the responsibility?
Sure.
Okay. Short and sweet to the point. I'm okay with just get it done. Just get moving forward. So let's do it today.
I promise you, Russell won't usually go on and on like you just did.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
At this point, I would move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Didn't know that had to be done by state statute. There's state mandated things once again.
Yep. They're not hard to figure out.
No.
Next item is a change order for courthouse plaza building maintenance project in the amount of $24,736.
Yeah, some of that I would have thought would have been originally, thought about on the initial project before it started, when it was put out bid, would have included these things. However, that said, the courthouse building has been here a long time. It's a beautiful building, and there has been some neglect a little bit in proper maintenance and upkeep, and so this is kind of a catch-up thing too. So we need to preserve the building and keep it going, so I have no objection to it.
I might make a comment in regard to that, if I might. When we originally looked at the painting part of it, Mid-Continent Restoration doesn't normally do painting. So that was a separate project, and so we had a separate project to paint all the windowsills.
Mm.
And so when we pulled that project into this one, we didn't even think about painting the rest of the wood up around the gutters. And so that's why that did not get added in on the original scope of work.
Well, considering all the work and all the time it's going to be spent to be able to do that, that's not a really bad price. I mean,
Yeah.
you're going to have to take the gutters down. I don't know if you'll have to paint guttering, or maybe we have to another change order to redo guttering or something at that point in time if it need be. But that's not a bad price for the work that's going to be accomplished there for that. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve change order number 1 on the courthouse plaza building maintenance project.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
No, I think it's important we do this.
We got to maintain our structures, or it's going to be just that much more expensive later too. So.
When I made those courthouse clock hands 20, 30 years ago, I thought that made them one of the last ones.
Well, believe it or not, I actually cut the panes of glass for the all sides of the clock tower up there back in, was that 07 or 08, somewhere in that time frame.
Yeah, we don't want to let our courthouse go like Pot County did.
Those are in good shape too, aren't they, Leon? Because otherwise, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Well, there's several cracks we've noticed, but
Okay.
probably from cutting, but no.
That's probably from weather. That probably has nothing to do with me.
Exactly.
Next item is grant agreements for the small business and nonprofit program.
I'll go ahead and make a motion we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, I made the hands for the Atchison County Courthouse, the Marion County Courthouse, and then that church just off the interstate there, Topeka, with the 2 towers. And
We can.
Marion, the one that's in Cottonwood
Excuse me,
Falls.
guys. Excuse me.
Cottonwood Falls.
Hey, excuse me, guys. We can go ahead
Yeah.
with the other deals because it take me a while to do this,
Right.
okay? So if you want to continue on with what we need to do. Okay, now you can talk.
Next item is a new CIP project for public works for the courthouse and office buildings and the RCP firing range.
Got anything to add on those, Leon?
No, this is just actually, adding money into the CIP authorization for us to go ahead and do the projects for the change order. And then of course, the last one on the firing range is just the additional monies we're going to need to finish that project out, or where we think we're going to be unless something else comes up.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion. We amend the CIP projects for courthouse and office buildings, cleaning and repair, and for the firing range project.
All in favor?
Aye.
Shiloh?
Morning.
And next item is a factual correction.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. We approve the tax roll correction.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is portable communication device allowance form.
I'll make a motion. We approve the portable communication device allowance form for, I'm not going to try to pronounce that name, but for the person listed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have Riley County personal action forms for contact tracers for the health department. For Kyle Ross, Millicent, and Karen Porter.
I don't think we need to make a motion on those, do we? And I'm assuming number 10 is just the rehire for those positions, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve those position action forms for contact tracers.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That was done.
Okay, the last item is approved payroll and accounts payable.
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll have just about enough time to do the minutes. Guys ready for the minutes?
Yep.
Okay. Give you just a chance there, John.
Go ahead, we're good.
Okay, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. And page 11.
I have one thing on page 8, going back there.
Oh,
Cindy.
page 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I went back too far. That's what I meant. Under Cheryl's time there, you might, on number 21, you might put Alana on there, first name. She's the one that actually presented the book there. You just had the last name. That's all I got.
Okay, good point.
Okay.
Good point.
If there's nothing further, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And I guess we can move to 9 o'clock on Shiloh.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we this morning?
We're doing fine.
Good. Well, I'm just here to talk about 2020 in the treasurer's office. All things considering, I feel like we had a very successful year again. Even during the closure, my staff was in the office trying to help as many customers as we could. That being said, I'm a numbers person, so kind of give you an update through the month of November, what we've done. We processed 67,536 motor vehicle transactions in 2020, which is an increase of 3,552 transactions. Now, part of that increase, there was about 1,500 transactions that we did during the closure for the state of Kansas. Because they were closed as well, they had sent us a fairly large box of lien releases, and so we helped the state get caught up on some of their work during the closure as well. But that being said, we still saw an increase in our transaction count. We had 35,180 renewals and 12,879 new title registrations that we processed this year. And with 8 people at our 8 counter staff, that averages out to about 400 renewals per month per person and about 146 registrations per person who work at the counter. So they've done a great job staying caught up every day, and I really would like to commend them for that. The other thing, commercial transactions, we did see an increase in our commercial customers from 2019. We processed 5,571 commercial vehicles. So every day we're getting new commercial customers coming in to have us process their work. So that once again says a lot about our staff, that they're able to get those processed in a timely manner. And our driver's license transactions are obviously down this year, mainly because of the closure. We are working very hard as people come in to get those processed. But I expected that number to be down. We did do 2,777 driver's license served that many customers in 2019. My other big statutory requirement is the collection and distribution of taxes. For the 2019 tax year, we collected and distributed 105,544,873 of ad valorem taxes, 6,955,574 motor vehicle taxes, 59,031 RV taxes, and 273,000 of commercial taxes. All balanced to the penny and sent out on time as statutorily required. My goals for 2021 are pretty simple. Keep on doing what I'm doing. There's not, one thing I think the pandemic has taught us, and hopefully the public as well, is that we are able to assist customers, not necessarily in the office sitting right across from us. And so if I had any big aspirations for next year, is to keep pounding that message out to the public, because it can be frustrating for everybody, especially during this time of uncertainty where people can't, we have to keep the social distancing. We can't allow them to just congregate in the office like they used to. And so getting that message out, we've seen such an increase in our online renewals, and something that kind of hit me the other day when I was here doing just my staff time, you had talked about the fees, and I do find it very interesting that, people, they say that that's the reason why they don't renew online, but yet when they come into the office, they still pay with the debit card, which is still the 2.5%. So I don't necessarily think maybe that's the whole reason why people don't do things online, but it's a change. But we can process those transactions, the mail transactions and those online transactions so much quicker because it's basically an upload into the system and printing them and stuffing that. Whereas when you've got them right across the counter from you, it takes a little more time. So if anything, that is a big goal of mine, is to keep trying to get that message out that we can help people, not necessarily in the office, but we can still help them through the Dropbox, through mail, online, and that kind of thing. So gonna keep trying to, keep looking at efficient ways to do our job. There's some counties that are looking at purchasing renewal kiosks. That's one of the things the state has asked if there's an interest in that. Haven't really looked into it, but once again, if that's something that we could have a kiosk where they can print off their sticker, right out in the lobby themselves, might be something we might look into as well. We're going to continue. I'm the vice legislative chair for the Kansas County Treasurers Association this year. So one of our goals again is to look at our motor vehicle fee bill and see what we can do to try to alleviate some of the costs that the county is absorbing for doing motor vehicle transactions. So that is on our agenda to be looking at again for 2021. I just would like to take the opportunity to once again commend my staff. It has been a hard year for them. Just they've been here every day. I just think they've done a fabulous job, and they make my job so much easier because we do get a lot of compliments that we have a lot of military that come in and they say that our office is one of the best DMV offices that they've had to deal with when they've had to deal with a lot. So I think I just have to give my staff the credit that is due to them because they are the front line of the treasurer's office. That being said, yeah, Ron.
When you receive a lien release on a vehicle, does the institution also send that to the state so you get your title, or do you have to go beg for it?
If they send the lien release to us, we release it and the state just automatically prints it.
So they should mail to you also, or I have to do that?
It varies. Some banks send their lien releases directly to the state, and that's why the state sometimes gets backlogged. Like I said, they sent us a box like this, and they were all lien releases that had been faxed into the state. Some send the lien release directly to the customer. If they send it to you directly, you just need to bring us a copy or email me a copy or put it in the Dropbox. And
just do that.
Yeah. And then we process it and the state prints it. You usually get it in about 7 to 10 business days.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah. A lot of people, they'll come in and they'll apply for a duplicate title and say, I lost my title, and they don't realize that they have the lien release and that just never got processed.
I remember when they started that, because I was always used to always having the title,
Sure.
Even if it said lien on or not.
Yeah.
But, so like I say, I think the last time or two, I think I just automatically received it, so it's a different bank. So, but yeah, I'll worry about in the future, maybe after the COVID thing. There's no big rush to do it, is there?
To get your title or to issue?
Yeah, to get the title. The state's not going to lose it, so hopefully.
No. Like I said, that's something that you can do electronically. You can just email it to me and I will process it, and you don't even have to come in. So
Okay.
In some instances now, you can actually not even get a paper copy of it, but it's stored digitally. So if you need to make a transaction or do something, you can just move it virtually and
Oh, yeah.
it does the exact same thing. So.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Well, I think you missed one point in your update for 2020.
what is that?
Well, you won re-election.
Oh, well, yeah, that was my goal for 2019, so
Right, okay.
I guess I did accomplish that.
And I was just gonna say congratulations, and I
Thank
certainly
you.
look forward to working with you over the next
I
couple
do
of years.
too, yeah. I guess it's something to be said either, for not having opposition, either nobody really wants the job, or I'm doing okay. That they don't feel like I need to be removed yet, so.
Be grateful for both.
It really has been a pleasure working with all of you. Ron and Marvin, I wish you both the very best. It's been, you've been very good to me and my staff, so I do appreciate that. It's going to be an interesting year next year, working with a lot of new department heads as well, but I'm looking forward to that also. And 2021 has to be better, right?
Yes, it does. Yes,
That's
it
all we
absolutely
can say,
does.
right?
Yeah.
But thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Donald.
All right. Well, you guys have a fabulous day, okay?
You too.
Let's see, we got the tentative agendas. Anything for the tentative agendas you got?
I am curious, Cindy, has there been any discussion of when we're gonna bring up the law board appointments?
Monday.
Monday,
Yeah.
okay.
And anything else on that?
No,
I believe there's 4 applications and 2 that were interested in being appointed.
Okay.
2 of them have already reached out to me. It's the only reason why I say that. So.
Did Bob Ward
Yes.
come in and do it? Okay, and so anything for press conference? Okay, so we'll
No.
get rid of those. We got all that done. And Monday will come around soon enough.
Yes, sir.
Next,
I also, from several members of the adjacent counties yesterday received I don't say congratulations, but appreciate a lot of counties' work in the legislature, with everything, and Charlotte's work and the county clerk, they, like I said, they count oftentimes on being able to get an answer from a lot of counties, but Florida counties does have a hard-working staff and
Yeah.
everything. They got thanks on our county commission here, the House Bill 2476,
Mhm.
and also the LABTR work to date. And so some other counties, I guess, do pay attention to what's going on.
Well, good, finally.
Great people, like I say. I'll miss visiting with them every month, but like I say, it's a nice way to keep touch with 15 of the close counties
Yeah.
around. And
We really have a pretty solid region. That's one of the things I've learned over the last 2 years. I mean, when I say region, I'm not just talking Pot County, Gary County, Riley County. I'm just, talking Northeast Kansas in general, just people and officials and,
got a call yesterday coming back from Junction from my role, and all the county gave me an update on the new commission meeting, what all transpired. Very interesting. I told him after the 11th of January, well, I could probably, once in a while, we'd have a cup of coffee and I'd join him and go in and sit in on the meeting.
Mhm. Russ, by the time you get up here, it'll probably be time.
All right.
There it is.
All right, Russell Stuckey, emergency management.
Okay.
Here to request the commission extend the disaster declaration that was originally issued March 18th, or declared, I should say, not issued, and then extended on April 23rd, or excuse me. I lost my train of thought here. You've extended it once and it expires the end of December. And so our recommendation is to extend it again until April 30th day of April, 2021.
Was there some discussion or idea of the choice of that particular date, or?
I think it was just a time period that, talking to council, that they prefer. There are other counties that have extended it indefinitely,
Mhm.
but I don't think council, they prefer to put a date on it.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe, even up until June 1st was where I
Oh,
was
yeah.
kind of, I think with the vaccine and everything that's going on, and there's going to be probably several different discussions in that first and second quarter of 2021 about federal relief in one shape or form, that it's going to be vitally necessary that we keep that in place. I don't, was there a discussion at the state level of what they were doing with theirs? I thought that,
I think there was, but I don't remember what date they were.
Okay.
I know, but like, a lot of other counties have just said it's indefinite.
Yeah.
And the state said, yeah, you could do that. Now, I don't have a strong preference. I mean, I can come back and extend it again, or
Okay.
we can let it expire, or the commission at any time can vote to
remove
end
it.
it. So it's not like it's real set in stone. It's basically just a calendar date to come back and readdress it.
Okay. My thought is we'll probably have to come back and probably extend it
That's
one
what I
more
was
time,
gonna
but
say.
but-
Revisit it.
yeah, but it's already set up here. We've got a lot going on. Let's just keep it at April 30th, and we get a little closer to that date, we'll figure out where we're at with the new commission at that point in time. I can't see us not extending it past that date, but that'll work for now. That'll get us through at least the first quarter and a half of next year. So,
there's always a chance it can come off before then.
right.
Good. So,
Keep in mind, this is for, keeping this in place, keeps us open for those federal funds. Other department administrative, FEMA,
Mhm.
down the road can reimburse us for anything that we do during that particular point in time. So that's why it's critically valuable to have that in place.
Vaccine distribution.
Correct. Yeah. Further testing, PPE, those sort of things, without it, we're basically paying for it at that point in time. So,
which is something I didn't think about, so.
yeah.
Okay.
So I guess with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we approve by resolution, moving the declaration of local emergency to April 30th, 2021.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Russ.
Yep, and then one other thing I might mention, and I maybe should have missed it before, was we'll be sending, I've been working with HR, and we'll be sending a gold sheet to start the process to advertise for deputy chief, assistant chief. So since we promoted the assistant chief to chief. fire
Okay.
chief.
Okay.
So that should be coming shortly.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
And all things considered, I'm glad they're kind of promoting those positions from within. It's good.
That would be best.
They've got a lot of longevity in that particular department too. So.
Next is Clancy at 9:30.
Can I take a snapshot of this real quick, Cindy, and get it back to you here while we're waiting?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Usually when we try and are you okay with those dates that we plugged in?
Yeah, I don't think so.
What we tried to do was just set it up so that, somebody needs to speak up. A couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
And that's the dates here that we're.
Yeah. Those are the ones we changed.
Yeah.
I just didn't want the board to sign off. Thank you. What we could always do is somebody knows that. Have it read it, 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Anybody got big plans for the weekend?
I have quite a bit of work.
So do I.
I would like to accomplish. No, I tell you, since it's getting near time for my parole or January 11th, the workload in my shop is really picked up. People put their list of stuff in one. I got one elderly gentleman, I got to build a wall door for the front of his house, and another person picked up all the trim I made for the shop and trim yesterday, and what my fear is I'll let her take a break from that kind of work.
You're not going to retire then.
Semi.
Okay.
Plus, I still have to finish up mine yet too. Once I get the island top done, I'm gonna kick back in my new recliner and take it easy till after the first year. Maybe even wait a couple of months before I get back into the house. I was gonna put in new windows and heavy door. Better do that when it's somewhat warming up outside.
Did I read it correctly that K-State is not looking to a bowl game?
No, due to contact tracing with COVID-19 issues, they don't, and several players opting out for draft and other purposes, they don't have enough people to field the team at this point in time if they even could. So somebody asked me why we couldn't do what the Big Ten did this year and just stopped everything at 6 games and we could be 4-2. But yeah, it is what it is, I suppose.
We are being attacked. All these attorneys.
Yeah, that's scary. This is maybe in January, I want to take about a week to 2 weeks and go see my red car, my old car lot. Put in a 750 horsepower transmission and change, upgrade and get it ready for case. If any car shows it's race.
Yeah.
Year.
Understand.
Smell some grease instead of sawdust.
Right. In your hair and all that.
Yeah.
Remember when they used to do that?
Yeah, you can use a lot of grill cream.
Yeah.
Bushwhacks. Yeah, when I was a kid, like burr and flat tops
Or in. That was what.
Plus the judiciary's pecking order.
I think about now, when I took out a shower, I don't have to worry about wet hair.
Yeah.
Catching a cold.
Catching a cold. Or combing it. Seems like the barber should give you a discount.
That's what I always think, they don't.
I don't know why.
As long as criminal defense.
Yeah, it just don't make sense.
They're the ones that probably need, I feel so bad, they come in and say, do you want to make them sit next to their attorney or make them sit over here? I have it set up where we don't use our witness hearing. We just have a little table and microphone. sort of look all by themselves and sort of lonely. Yeah. We're trying to protect and keep them safe, so.
Good.
I don't know what it calls. Hopefully won't be.
I think we're all.
Still using all your protocols in the office, have, trying not to.
We take the masks off in our office, but anytime we're walking down the hall or making copies. Most of us are shutting our doors and taking the masks off so we can pretend that things are normal.
Oh, it's
We had a 12 deposition. We'll set
Another long day today, and today a long day. I think Monday's gonna be long too.
For a couple of us, yeah, 2 to 3:30.
Yeah, I won't be able to make it.
Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah. I've got a 1:30 and then a 3 o'clock doctor's appointment, and I've already rescheduled that once. And if I reschedule again, we're working way into next year, and I need to get it done. So.
No, don't worry about it, John. We got it covered.
Okay. I know you were talking about how you have a law board meeting, right?
I have a law board meeting too. so.
Actually, I could cover it right now when he next show up.
A long, long.
Like to me, it's just an interview process, and we'll make a decision on the following Monday. Just for the record, while we're discussing that, I've got no problems with the individual who put in that application from last year. I mean, we had a pretty contentious discussion about that last year. I thought both people were qualified, so I have no issues with appointing him. Just
Who's that?
Chris Biggs.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's all good. Morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Yeah, you said.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Morning.
Hi.
Cindy, do I need to do anything to put the YouTube feed up there? No problem.
Just go down to where it says on the very right there where it says Zoom, Clancy,
Uh-huh.
and that'll pull it back up.
R1.
Uh-huh.
Great.
Should be able to click it. It should pull it back up. There you go.
Yeah, I didn't want to lose the call.
You can go up to where it says speaker view.
Okay.
Click that. Okay. And then you can minimize that up in the top and it'll still leave your,
Minimize this right here.
yeah. They'll leave that up there and then keep that down.
I knew you'd know.
I'm learning. Whether I want to or not, I'm learning.
Good.
Okay, you're on.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Clancy
Morning.
Holman, Riley County Councilor. The single item I'd like to cover today is this proposed memorandum of agreement. It is a supplemental payment of the district magistrate judge compensation. This has been the subject of work by both the Office of Judicial Administration and also local attorneys to come up with something that makes sense. I will spend very little time on my part of this, so Judge Bannister can come up here and speak to you. The key is that, as my car points out, in the past, regarding supplemental compensation or supplements of the budgets of any state programs, traditionally, prior boards have been reluctant to do so for the very common sense reason that if they do so, there's been some anxiety that the state as an entity might get used to the idea and either reduce funding or end funding. That really is not a concern here, because the key distinction between this and those prior requests that maybe occasionally come before the board and been discussed at the staff level, the key difference is this involves absolutely no property tax funds or funds of any kind from Riley County. It is funded entirely by different funds controlled by the law library trustees and by the district court. And the goal here is simply to put in place an agreement that provides the dates by which certain notices are going to go out, and that's pretty much it. There isn't any concern of property tax funds being used. This also can be ended by any of the parties at any time, any of the signatories. So there is no real risk here, and it's not very often as an attorney I can say that. So regarding any agreement, normally, as you know, as a profession, we're trained and by nature tend to find risks and try and get an honest assessment of that. That's why, with this absence of risk in this agreement, that's why my recommendation is that you approve it. It is, of course, entirely your decision whether or not to do so, but my recommendation is based on the fact that the information before you does make sense. It is a logical thing to do. An important matter to consider today. If at the end of the presentations today, you believe that this is something worthwhile and should go forward, the agreement is available for your signature. And this would begin as early as the first pay date for the district magistrate judge in January. Okay. Unless you have questions on that, I'd like to turn this over to Judge Bannister and anyone else who would like to speak to that. All right, thank you.
Good.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good
morning.
First, I'd like to thank Clancy. I know it's taken a fair amount of his time recently to do just what he stated, make sure that there's no risk on behalf of the county. And that's included making a lot of calls, conversations with the various principals that are involved in this matter. The law library trustees, the Office of Judicial Administration, and a few others as well. And I think through that due diligence, I know through that due diligence that your county counselor is able to determine that there are no risks to the county. And there are great benefits, however, to the local court. But again, just as a point of emphasis, I thank Clancy for his due diligence. And I'd also thank the law library trustees that are here today, Kitter Schartz and Tyler Darnell. That is an elected position, and they take their responsibilities as stewards of those funds seriously, but see this proposal having great merit and why they voted and were the impetus to bring this proposal forward. Derek Robertson also is a former trustee that served numerous terms and has a good historical perspective of the law library. But again, those funds primarily are a small fraction or percentage of filing fees to the court and attorney annual registration fees. That's the source of them.
There are a few others here as well that may or may not speak, but I think principally wanted to appear and show their support, one, to Judge Keppel, but two, to the commission, and that they believe in the full merits of this proposal. Just a few points of emphasis. I don't want to repeat everything that was in my written materials. This points of emphasis will be about the fourth time. I think Clancy said it twice, and I've already thrown it out there, but no cost to the county. Second point, no risk, no liability of the county absent stealing or losing the funds. And I think we even found a way to eliminate that risk. Third point, the written submission really sets forth the basics, or to the extent there are nuances, why this is needed. So I won't go through those particulars, but would certainly field questions if you have concerns or need further explanations on how this works. What I did happen to do on my way out of the courthouse is our court dockets, our court hearings are posted there at the entry, well, every floor. And pull Judge Keppel's out of the encasement, and you'll see there's probably, I don't know, 60 hearings this week, in court hearings. You don't have to be too familiar with the court operations to know that there's plenty of work that goes on in chambers as far as preparation, reviewing briefs, the filings, doing research. And so this is just a small percentage of a typical work week for Judge Keppel. We work our magistrate hard, and we rely upon him. And fortunately, we have an experienced and exemplary person in that position, and want to retain him as long as we can. Commissioners, did you have any questions arising from my materials or comments?
I don't have any questions. My only comment would be is the state typically is, I feel, has been underfunding the magistrates, and in Clancy's statement there about we have to be careful because anytime the county puts $1 in, the state's going to take 2 out, and they're going to expect us to do it. This happened in community corrections, which is supposed to be state funded, and she had to come back and beg us for money. Several other items in my past 8 years, if the county is going to do something that the state should do, the state will back off their funding. And so my biggest thing here is I'm satisfied now because there's not going to be any ad valorem tax dollars used for this. This money needs to come from the state or the law library, because since 1997, and I've fought this now for 4 years, even going as far as Governor Kelly's office on the LABTR in the state, I think it's been mismanaging funds, that money that could be used to increase your salary. They've been taken from the state to the tune of $3 billion since 1997 in 3 accounts, and 2 big accounts. That amounts here in Raleigh County about $3.8 million a year. They've been taken out of our money, and that state statute says must be returned back to us to reduce property tax. So my fear is with the state of Kansas, but I'm fine with the way Clancy has this written up. I just want to be sure that we don't have any local tax dollars. Not that you don't deserve that, but because of the constraints that will be faced in the upcoming years on probably a sizable tax increase due to a loss of the asset sales tax after 2022. So we've got to be very prudent in handling that. But right now, the way this is presented, I'm fine with the increase of the money from the law library.
I think that Commissioner Wells, that Commissioner Ford and I all agree with that, because I've watched the state take the money from us and continue to, whatever we try to do, help a department from the state, they suddenly don't fund it that much anymore. So I'm fine with it, with the way it is, with the using no ad valorem tax. So.
And just to go maybe a little bit beyond that, when the state does that. I mean, that does happen. I think the frustrating part is they never explain why they're doing it or what their plan is in the future to either resolve those funds and either bring them back, or if it's short term or if it's long term. And they have, I think for decades, even outside of the late 1990s, have really negated this for a very, very, very long time. I think it was interesting that you showed the court docket there, because, you know, with everything that's happened here in 2020, that list is going to get much more in depth and much larger on a day-to-day and week-to-week basis. And, you know, we do have good judges, and we do have good district courts, and we do have good magistrates here locally. I've heard horror stories from other places around the country. They're a national association on this. So I'm grateful that we have all these entities in place, and we do need to take care of it. It would be better that the state would take care of that. I think it would be much more efficient and streamlined in terms of funding and logistics, but that's just not plausible at this point in time. So I have no issues with this. I can defend it. Even I think I can almost defend it even if we had to do it as property tax at this point in time, to be honest with you. Yeah. But the fact is, we don't have to do that in this particular instance, and it's set up to where the risk is either not there or very, very limited moving forward. And we may have to come back a couple of years down the road and potentially revisit this, and that's perfectly fine. So I'm comfortable. Our initial discussion, I was a little confused, but I asked, I think, the right questions to get that clarified. And I think this is on a good path. So I don't have any issues with moving forward.
So do we have a motion?
Well, I think County Councilor Clancy Holman did a good job as far as the legalese, you know, as far as me and the way it's written. So I agree with Commissioner Ford. If some money had to come out of the Raleigh County's general tax, wouldn't be the end of the world. But at this point, I think wouldn't be prudent. So this is an excellent opportunity here to go this route right now anyway. And then after January 11th, it's up to John and anyway, so.
Right. And you wonder why I don't sleep at night.
Commissioners, I appreciate your consideration and your insight, and respect the decisions you have to make bigger picture than just in this narrow instance. So I completely understand that. I can make the same argument. I think that you just acknowledged it's not really the law library's responsibility either. Bigger picture, it's government's, and in this particular case, it should be the state. But I appreciate you doing your role here. It sounds like to go ahead and in a minute or two pass this forward. Bigger picture from my perspective, again, my predecessors, your predecessors. I don't think the Raleigh County District Court historically has asked for a lot, but the commission has always given us what we've asked for and shown was meritorious. And I think that, again, this is another good example of somewhat of a private-public partnership to fulfill a need. And I'll leave it at that. But again, I'll go ahead and say my thanks and appreciation, even though you haven't officially voted yet.
So do we have a motion we want to make?
Do we need to go that?
You do need a motion.
Okay.
One thing, and that's, there may be others who want to speak, I don't want to cut anybody off, but I want to make it clear, the request is for $12,000 annually. What term?
Yeah.
I would recommend you do it.
And like I said, even if that amount was, you know, out of ad valorem at this point in time, I think it's fully defendable, but we're not at that point yet, thankfully. And so I'm comfortable with that. So if there,
Anybody else?
Anybody else
want
want
to
to-
comments?
seeing that there's no other discussion on that, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the memorandum of agreement and the supplemental payment of district magistrate judge compensation.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I guess it's not ready till we sign it.
All right, much appreciated. And
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work that you guys do.
I'll get a copy of it.
Thank you.
Good deal. All right.
Yep. Have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Christmas. Then the new lieutenant governor gets lieutenant governor's salary and then the secretary of commerce salary both.
I'm trying to figure out how that works too.
Me either.
I talked to our director of communications at KAC on Monday. She called me on a separate related thing. Actually, I think she may have reached out to you too, Rowan. And we were talking about that. Those decisions are being made for cost reasons. So my guess is they're going to give one or part of both of those salaries up in the process. That would be my guess. I guess the choice of using your commerce secretary as your lieutenant governor also has some other economic ramifications moving forward too. So
Looky here, I corrected a tab where I wasn't supposed to sign and put it where I was.
okay,
Just so you'll know, that erases everything else.
that actually adds an extra $20 to the equation. And you got to pay up by January 7th on that, or we charge interest too.
Yeah.
That goes into some fund that's yet to be determined. We'll get with the new.
Go up enough there, we could probably get, you could provide breakfast and lunch.
Yeah.
You know, short term, you could use more refrigerator. Which actually, I guess is great.
Or I'll make a compromise. We'll do one dinner, but it has to be steak and lobster.
Oh, yeah. That would do it. I haven't had that for a long time.
Me neither.
Thank you.
And I guess we're,
Get a lawyer to sue me.
careful what you wish. Oh, you wait till all the attorneys to leave before saying that too, man. That's convenient. Okay.
Okay. Next at 10 o'clock. So,
Yep. I think. But can't talk. I'm just sure that was.
I'll let you know. Thank you.
Oh. New voicemail.
new phone?
I think it's Mel.
Is that a new phone there? Or is that
Oh,
your?
fairly new. I shattered mine here a couple months ago.
Is it Mel?
He would definitely like me to give him a call.
Yeah, I know.
I think I'll just tell him that Marta will be in touch. Marta's district. He usually gets started.
Yeah, you need the training.
No, maybe 3 months ago, two months ago. I was busy and running a radial arm saw and table saw and a ton and had a handful of sawdust and landed flat on probably a little grain of sand or something and shattered, you know.
Mhm.
And that particular phone never would accept protector. The company warranted it a couple times. It had 3 protectors and they would bubble up, come off. And so it didn't have a protector. So then, of course, I qualified for a new one. So
Okay.
I went over and I said, well, here, why don't you take this and I'll take this new one. So they put me a nice plastic thing around it, a thing on the face. And,
Yeah, that's mine's got a nice cover around it.
well, I got this nice clear plastic. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a really nice cover. I don't like those big bulky full thing. My son uses one of those, so. Because I don't have a holster, you know, this goes in my pocket.
Neither do I.
Usually it goes in my watch pocket.
I've tried a holster,
So,
and every time it catches on the seat belts, it comes around, it does this, it does that, and I could never get them to work. I
Okay.
just use this.
Oh, first time I've had Scooter's coffee. It's not too bad. I always see people driving in and out of there. I'm on the treadmill over at the gym. They're usually stacked deep over at Dunkin' Donuts, not so much at the other one.
Well, the little donut shop down there on the boulevard been offering resistance to that big machine.
That came down pretty quick, didn't it?
Oh. Thought maybe that bank out there at the Western Shopping Center was gonna go down because maybe it's Monday. No, I think it's Sunday. A huge lowboy parked in front of Marshall's. The biggest excavator you could probably legally haul. Maybe that's why they're hauling it on Sunday.
Oh, where they're putting the car wash in. Yeah, it used to be First National, or no, it used to be Commerce Bank.
Yeah.
I thought that's what they brought that machine in for, but then it was gone and the bank's still there, so I don't know what. Yeah, Tommy's supposed to get started one of these days.
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake personally, but I mean, it's a horrible area congestion wise right there.
Yeah. It is.
They claim they got it all figured out, but I think who's gonna take the hit will be all the businesses up in that corner or UPS
Yeah.
and stuff, because the traffic will be all backed up. They'll probably take the parking lot and line up instead of the street, hopefully.
Well, from my perspective, I'm glad at least something's going in there.
Yeah, that needed to come down, get
Mhm.
cleaned up.
Yeah. If I looked at the kind of the initial layout there, it looks like you come in on the very, kind of like you did at the bank, you'd come in on the kind of the southeast corner there. You come in and it kind of turns you around into it and then you come right back out. That's gonna be
Should have
good.
come back up down there, that inner street. you know,
Yeah.
The line of traffic potentially. And then, of course, like I say, once you go through, you have to come right straight back south again. And I think out across from the entrance to the dentist office and the gas station. So,
Mhm.
But that's already congested.
Yep.
Of course, I realize the cars, we're not gonna be, well, it could get lined up after they leave the car wash, waiting to get pulled out. But anyway, that's not my problem, so I can always avoid it. My big problem now is Dylan's. They've just changed so much in the last 2 years. They don't care anything. Shells are half empty. And there's one particular orange juice that they're gallons of. And occasionally they'll have 1 or 2 jugs. So I had to come into town the other day, so I just swung by Hy-Vee. And I got rows and rows of it in the cooler. And then there's all my fruit.
Mhm.
You don't start carrying it at all unless you get it in little plastic things. And so I buy everything. The thing of it is, I do throw down here, I'm going to town. I think I'll go have a grocery store.
Do you know technically when you go up the chain that Dillon's is owned by ABC?
Who?
ABC, News,
Who's Shane? Who's
Dillon's.
Dylan's?
Mhm.
You bought it?
ABC owns ESPN and Disney. Disney actually owns part of Kraft and Kroger. Kroger owns Baker's, which owns all the regional subsidies, which includes Dillon's.
Mm-hmm. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing fine.
Good, good.
I was hoping that where the Genesis is when they move out, I was hoping that Ward would have all.
I gave you a call back. Hopefully you
That'd
got
be
my
nice.
message.
We'll get after the first of the year.
Sounds like a plan. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
And that'll work better anyway.
Yeah.
Because there's several things about that I need to probably talk to you about.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to miss the dinner.
Yeah,
But,
that's okay. It was
Did you-
pretty well attended.
Did you eat my steak?
I ate yours and
And
Vicky's
mine.
and Ron's.
You probably had to eat mine too, because I ended up having to do Zoom because I came in late.
There was a lot of brisket left. We ate brisket in the office for
Really?
about 3 days, yeah.
Yeah,
And then there was some pie left over, which sadly I had to eat too.
it was hard on you, right?
It was hard, all the sugar,
But
sweetness.
but you did it.
I managed to fight my way through it.
Yes, it's good.
I tell you
Man,
what.
I'm really trying to sit here and feel sorry for you, but I just can't do it.
I tell you what, I told her, Aaron Gooch did it, and the cherry pie was out of this world. Man. But we had some-
Well, hopefully we get back to some sense of normalcy or something next year. So
You know, we still had a pretty good crowd. I think we had originally about 60 people planning to come, and I think we had 35 showed up and 25 on Zoom, so, you know, we didn't do too bad.
well, I didn't even put in because it's say with my fiance and our age and whatever, and a handicapped son at home, you know, it's just I'm trying to limit my exposure.
Right.
You know, it's probably was fine. It's just that.
I came in from Kentucky and I kind of thought the same thing. I'm kind of like, you know, I don't know what I may have picked up or not have picked up. And I thought maybe it just would be a better idea to Zoom that particular meeting and stay at home and
And
wait it through. So
Vicky's son came for Thanksgiving out of Kansas City.
Uh-huh.
Everything was fine. We interacted with him. He helped me do some stuff, you know, and we were about this far apart when we were doing things. He left on Sunday afternoon. And then he called us Tuesday morning and said he tested positive.
Yeah,
You know, so for crying out loud.
yeah.
But we tested on following Friday, and then the following Monday they told us we're fine.
Well, my oldest son is student teaching in Manhattan High this fall, and he's had to self-quarantine for 2 weeks because of exposure to positive people. He's never gotten it. He's tested twice for it. He's been negative, but you have to go through all of the,
just once. He's had to quarantine just once.
twice. The first time was for my oldest sister passed away in September, and we went to her funeral, and a couple of my sisters got it. And then, so we were exposed to them long enough that we decided we probably better quarantine for a couple of weeks. So we did that through without children.
I wondered to myself how history is going to look back on this last year, upcoming year and a half, and what story it's going to tell.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the vaccine, you know, in the future, because it takes a while for the vaccine to obviously work, and then you got to get a booster shot, is my understanding. Is that
Yeah, it's
correct?
both the Moderna and Pfizer are both 2 parts. Yeah.
So it'll be a process and it'll take a while, so we're still gonna kind of be in somewhat of a holding pattern, I suppose.
I think it's amazing though that we got it in.
It is
less
10
than 9
o'clock at
months.
this moment, so you're up.
Right.
You're being interrupted.
No, you're all right.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
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 Okay, I'm not very loud. So, I'm Brandy Bruno for the County Extension Office, forward 4-H program assistant. Just wanted to maybe give you a summary maybe of what COVID and school program can look like. So we started, March, COVID funness, we've just finished up a session of hatching chicks, and we're starting a new one. Had a couple teachers that, I don't remember what the school situation looked like at that point, but they decided to have incubators in their classroom. Some teachers didn't want to, so I took one home with me and hatched chicks at home. We recorded some YouTube lessons on like incubator setup and candling eggs for those students to watch. And then I set up a Zoom for like 2 or 3 days, I think, so the kids could watch the chicks hatch, which that was kind of fun. Summer came, nothing school-wise. School started, it took a while to figure out from the different school entities whether they were gonna allow in-person programs, if it was gonna be drop-off, that kind of thing. So the Catholic school and USD 383, those are all drop-off in the office. The teacher picks them up, teaches them, I pick them back up. Flint Hills Christian School in Riley County, bless their hearts, I've been able to go in and do programs, which has been wonderful. We've done some nutrition programs, hand washing. Have done a couple recorded YouTube videos for kindergartners. A teacher is teaching kindergarten virtually, which I can't imagine. But we did a lesson on hand washing and we did a lesson on mealtime manners. So I'm waiting to see how that goes with kindergartners at home. Kind of wrapping up for the fall. We'll start in January doing some programs. January and basically the spring is really busy with bread making, hatching chicks. So the chick part, I think, will be pretty easy. A lot of teachers have done it enough. I can drop stuff off, you know, help them set stuff up over the phone if they need it. The bread making, I think I'm gonna try and teach it via Zoom, and then the teachers will obviously have the kit in the classroom. So we'll see how that goes. Just kind of taking it one day at a time, but you know, grateful that we can get into the classrooms one way or the other. So just doing what we can. But do you guys have any questions?
That bread making sounds good.
It is. You know what? I'm really sad because that's my favorite program to do. And I mean, it'll be okay to do it via Zoom, but it won't be the same as, you know,
Yep.
the in-person, you know.
Being able to watch it work and smell
Yeah,
it. And,
yeah. So, but we do what we can. But yeah, it's my favorite. So it'll be definitely different this year, but hopefully, you know, I think hopefully next fall we'll be back to normal. So, but time will tell. So, yeah.
Randy's also done, she doesn't give herself enough credit because she does so much work at the schools and reaching out with educational programs, whether the drop-in or whether she teaches them, which she usually does. But you also did Ant Farm, right? And the Tadpole Project as well?
Yeah, drop off ants, drop off tadpoles. We'll do that again. Not ants so much, those seem to be a fall program, but definitely frogs in the spring.
How do you drop off tadpoles? That sounds interesting.
These drop off, they come in almost like a milk jug.
Uh-huh.
And then I divide them up, there's probably 100 in there, and we divide it up against 5 classrooms. I usually just put it in like a quart bag with, you know, the water that's in the jug. And then we just drop off all the other stuff, and they set it up, and you treat them like fish. These tadpoles, they're aquatic the whole time, so.
Okay. I had a different picture that originally that explains it well. Yeah, that explains it well.
Aquatic
Yeah,
frogs. So, but it's interesting to see even this semester when you go to pick them up if the teachers don't have a home for them. Reptile World down on Fort Early Boulevard takes them. But it's interesting to see from classroom to classroom the size of the tadpole, or not the tadpole. Hopefully by then they're frogs.
Right.
But some of them, you know, are like this. And then some of them, you know, are a little bit bigger. So it just depends on, I think, how much they feed them. But yeah, tadpoles they're goofy little creatures.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Okay.
So yeah. Anything else?
No, I don't.
No?
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that we appreciate everything that she does for us, and she's a fantastic asset in our office. So Gary mistakenly did not allow her to talk at annual meeting. Otherwise, those of you that were tuning in could have heard her talk then. But this is an opportunity for her to share some of the stuff that she does. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
And it's
Thank you
good.
for all you guys do.
Yeah. You guys have a Merry Christmas.
You too.
You too.
Merry Christmas to all of you.
Yeah. Okay, and I guess the next one is at 10:15. Mr. Butler. I thought he was going to be gone, but I guess not.
Who?
Butler, Dennis
Oh.
Butler. If it's tomorrow that he's going to be gone. I got a meeting tomorrow with the law board here. Meet here so I don't take up as much time Monday to be back at 2 o'clock on Monday here, but you won't be here.
Right.
Want Bill's number?
Don't need
I
Bill.
know you called him back.
Yeah, you guys are meeting on Friday. That's kind of odd. You don't usually do that, do you?
No, but this one, we're setting up because we need to have it done by Monday to do what we're gonna do. I don't want to get into the executive
Right.
session, right, so. But we will take care of that. In other words, we're gonna end up with the results of what we do for Monday. So I'm not. Been a whirlwind with the law board. I mean, trying to do things.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have a feeling I'm going to find out in depth this next year.
Are you wanting to be on the law board?
Well, we got to have a commissioner, right?
Yeah, but you have the other two
Yeah.
you can assign, but either we assign you with your deal or we assign over here and then maybe they don't want to do. But a commissioner doesn't need to have an appointment ahead of time, written out. They're going to be on it anyway. There he is.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it.
So far, so good.
Cindy cracks a big whip.
Out of that, so you are welcome to have it.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Cindy cracks a big whip. I wasn't worried about her holding on to you guys.
Nope.
How are you?
I'll get the rest of that information over to you here later this
That's fine.
afternoon
And
too.
there's a few
Morning,
things
Dennis.
that we'll wait on that. I noticed.
Okay.
Gary's not there anymore, just Christy Rodriguez.
Correct.
I will run through that sheet. Thank you.
Okay. Quite a festive tie you got there, Rich.
Thank you. There have been many Christmases I've gone through and forgot that I have them in my, so I was glad I thought of it earlier. And I went, oh, yeah, time to break for Christmas. My Christmas is almost there. So, yeah. I've got a few Christmas, winter festive ties.
So do I. That'll be there Monday.
Got to use them while I can.
I probably take it those are received in and around the Christmas time too.
I'm sure they were.
I can't
I'm
remember.
Sure they were.
I can't
Well,
remember.
speaking of stuff that's festive, this is what I got from NACO
Oh, nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
with the phrase, "We know what it's like to walk in your shoes. We're proud to stand beside you every day."
Yeah.
Pretty solid. Pretty good.
And to tell you, John, I was doing an interview this morning for Whitney's position, so
Ah,
I was here, but
okay.
had two of those lined up this morning with the holiday schedule. It's just tough getting everything in right now.
Yeah, I'm-
Evaluations, interviews, and just
Yeah.
regular job duties. It's
Yeah.
limited time, so.
This is typically why I'm not a big fan of this type of year because it just all stacks up and it's like, "Arr."
Does
good.
stack up and you got the same amount of work to accomplish that you do.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
We got a whole bunch of end of the year stuff going on at work and yeah, same process.
Yeah.
I got something for you, Rich.
Well, it's beginning to feel more like winter
For me?
without the snow.
Thank you. Thank you. I know what that is.
Yeah, I know we're not.
What's the deal?
You know, I
How'd
think
that happen?
I think I come to the conclusion that with fall camp starting so late and the COVID issues and everything else, they just haven't had the time to really practice and get where they need to be. So
Well, I also think sometimes a good loss, even for a really good team, helps you refocus,
that one was a bad loss.
you know?
Or that, or just, Iowa State's just really, really bad too.
Well, they're not good, but I
No.
mean, we proved that we were questionable
Yeah.
on that one game, so.
I think we've got a couple of good pieces. It's just got to continue to work and develop. So.
Since we have a couple minutes, question for you, but Greg, I was gonna ask you anyway, as well as an incoming commissioner, the first county officials luncheon is scheduled for January 11th, the first day the new commissioners take office. Do you want to have one then, or do you want to wait till the next?
No,
one?
I actually already talked to Clancy on that. We're going to do it in February, and then I'd like to do it on a 4-month rotation. So we'll do it again in June and then October.
Sounds good, sounds good. And then for the other two, we typically have a reception for the outgoing commissioners. Given the current state of things, do we want to have a reception? It's been all over the board, early on, for some of the department heads, we did receptions. Pat Collins actually is going to have a come and go
Right.
reception here. But like for Leon and someone else, they're just doing a card shower type thing.
Kathy, over in the Kathy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where the other one I was thinking of.
And we signed those cards this morning.
So are you guys comfortable with us going ahead with the reception? And
Oh, I mean, it's gonna be, of course, it'll be soon after Christmas, but well, more so after New Year's, but we don't know. I think they're anticipating a big influx of more COVID-19 possible stuff, so I'm fine with the IDOs and whatever, and again, this all come back in through the year there to help John when he talked about nobody showing up.
give him
so.
guidance?
Yes.
He claims that to be help, but I'm not so for sure just yet.
But no, I don't mean, card or something fine, they cards here for on the 11th, or I mean, before that, and then I'll just take them and read them. I don't need no big splash or anything.
Well, I wanted to ask, given the circumstances, and some people are very hesitant to get together in groups, and some people frown on it when you even offer, even put together a group, so, but.
No, I think,
It'd be in better times, and have a little cake and punch, and that'd be nice, but not now. It's
Punch in the liquid form, or I just wanted to clarify.
Well, you know what they said on Facebook this morning, somebody posted, carrots are good for your eyesight. Booze makes you see double.
besides, it helps with the virus.
They're out there, I tell you.
It is 10:15.
Okay, Dennis, you're on. Thank you, John.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Before I begin, I wanted to take a few minutes to thank our outgoing chairman and Commissioner Wells for their service as county commissioners. This is the last director's update I'll be giving you before you leave office. I think it's important to acknowledge the service that commissioners provide and also acknowledge the support that I feel you've given to the Riley County Police Department during my brief 2-year tenure. So I just wanted to say that publicly and thank you. I think one of the biggest accomplishments, of course, that you can point to is finally getting the RCPD firearms range across the finish line.
Yeah.
The range is completed, the building's under construction, and hopefully in April or so, when we have the open house, I want to just personally invite you to. I know it's going to be open to the public, but I hope you come out and take a look at it. I also want to thank you, Commissioner Ford, as well. But I specifically wanted to mention our outgoing commissioners. You and I will continue to work together, of course. Also, I thought you would like to know that last week, I did meet with the two commissioner-elects, McKinley and Foki, in my office. I gave them a brief orientation of the RCPD. I know it just scratched the surface. I know they're both taking in a lot of information from different people about what they'll be encountering in their new roles, but felt like we had a good discussion and just went over the real basics of how the department was formed and how it's organized today and the funding formulas and just, maybe some things that most people don't realize. They asked some good questions and I look forward to working with both of them as well. With that said, I just wanted to let you know that the officer-involved shooting investigation that arose out of the October 2nd incident on Freeman Road is nearing a conclusion as far as I can tell. I hope the county attorney will be out with some public information very soon. I've talked to him about that and I plan to be there when he does that so I can also make a statement and answer any questions that may be posed to me. Also, you probably saw in the news that the report that was made back in June against an unknown Riley County Police Department employee or police officer for assaulting and battering someone in their driveway in the early morning hours was investigated by the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and determined to be a false report. The person who made that report was charged and has made their first appearance in court. I think the next appearance is coming up next week, as a matter of fact. So I was very pleased to see that reach not a complete conclusion, but at least exonerate any officer that we hadn't known who it was, obviously, because it was a false report. So just wanted to make sure you and your listeners were aware of that. Also, I don't usually come and talk about stats too much, but I wanted to share some stats I thought you and your viewers might find interesting. I was looking at the November calls for service report, and we continue to see a little bit less or fewer calls for service from our citizens. November saw 527 fewer calls for service than November of 2019. That represents a decline of a little over 11%. And year to date, our calls for service decline has been almost 13%, which comes out to about 6,800 calls. If you recall, when COVID hit and the lockdowns basically happened and businesses were closed, we saw dramatic drops in calls and crimes from citizens reporting them. So I knew then that by the end of the year, unless we just saw a crazy spike when things opened back up, that we'd see lower numbers, and we're still seeing these lower numbers. And again, our businesses can't operate fully in many cases. People aren't going out as much. When they're not going out as much, and opportunities aren't being created for accidents and other crimes to occur. So I'm not surprised to see this, but I assume we'll see a return to normal numbers next year.
Maybe lack of activity, including maybe football. Do you see a lot of increase on football Saturdays, maybe the Friday night before?
I didn't specifically look at that, but I will say this. There's two things that drive crime and calls for service, in my opinion. I'm just speaking anecdotally. One is retail activity. Retail activity drives a lot of calls for service. So when you have a lot of people out shopping, they're usually out doing other things that drives accident rates. More cars are out, more people are shopping retail, you have other things happen. The other thing is just population. When our population declined, when students were sent home earlier this year and learned remotely, just having fewer people around. Again, overall, there's just fewer opportunities for the police to have to get involved in something that might happen. So I think that's really, overall, if I had to make a guess, just that reduced population has a lot to do with it. The soldiers from Fort Riley aren't spending as much time over here. You can point to a number of things to explain that. The one sad stat I want to share with you, and this is just 1 month, I haven't looked at the year-to-date stats, is we saw an increase in suicides in November to 7 reports from 1 the previous November. Percentage-wise, that's a 600% increase. Any cases like this, of course, are sad and concerning. I don't know what the trend is for the year, but that kind of jumped out at me and I wanted to share that with you. Also, because of things easing up a little bit in terms of activity, this statistic, I don't know if this points to the frustration people are experiencing being curbed from their normal activities. It's just, again, it's really hard to say, but disturbing the peace and noise complaints in November increased from 46 last November to 100 this year. So that was double the number and an increase of 117%. Just some interesting statistics for you all to be aware of. I always hesitate when you see a 1 month jump like that to say, okay, this is the reason why. That's why we do annual and 5-year trends. Those are really more telling about the direction of our community. Also statistically, I just wanted to mention Part 1 crime, which for those that aren't familiar with that's a bucket of 8 crimes that are reported to the KBI and the FBI every year. And it really is a way for at least the FBI to compare crime trends nationally, but also as an indicator overall of crime in your community by using these 8 crimes. I won't go through all 8, but for the year, November saw a 39% increase above the 5-year average. When you look at some of these other statistics, it'll give you some explanation as to why. And compared to last November, it was almost a 50% increase. However, the way crime has trended this year, we expect Part 1 crime for the year to be 5% lower than it was for all of 2019. Again, go back to the lockdown, the decline in activity. So the trend is still we're going to have a lower crime year overall. What normally drives Part 1 crime are property crimes, which are part of that. Theft is one of them. Stolen cars is one of them. So in 2019, in November, there were 15 thefts from vehicles. There were 52 this November, almost triple the number. So it's 134% above the 5-year average and 246 above the number from last November. Here's what's my point about sharing that, and this is not new. Almost half of the vehicles were unsecured. They were left unlocked. And we emphasize this all the time when we're asked by the media and others about crime, especially property crime. And we really encourage citizens to lock their homes, lock their cars, hide their valuables, especially this time of the year when they are out shopping. Put those things in their trunks, their purses under the seat if they leave it in the car. I mean, we prefer they not leave purses in their cars. Also, in the last few years, we've seen an increase in the number of firearms stolen from unlocked cars. We're not even talking about locked cars. We're talking about unlocked cars. I think last month we had 2 that were stolen from unsecured vehicles. So we encourage, again, everybody to safeguard their property, turn their lights on in their homes at night to make it look like they're there when they're not. Also to eliminate anybody that could be hanging around planning a crime. Also, along those lines, stolen cars. We had 18 stolen cars in November compared to 11 the previous November. Almost 40% of those cars, the keys were inside. So the cars were unlocked, the keys were inside. Pretty easy target if somebody's just walking down the street trying car doors. And they look in the places where people like to leave their keys. Sometimes they leave them right in the ignition. Sometimes they put them in their ashtray, console, side door pocket, above the visor. I think that's the one that I'm most used to seeing around here. So just wanted to share some of that crime data with you and encourage our folks to take the normal precautions to, again, keep themselves from being victimized and allow the police department to focus on, persons crimes, violent crimes, which is something that we place a high priority on. So with that said, I don't have any more information to share, but I'm happy to answer any questions about this or anything else.
Did you have any, Dennis, did you have any other statistics other than just suicide, ages and what, whether male, female, or whatever?
I could get that. I didn't bring that with
Okay.
me, so no, I don't have you're interested, I can send it back to you all.
Okay,
after
'cause
today's.
I would like something like that on Monday, that, for them, that so
At the
that
law
people.
board meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
because, to me, it's important because I was just reading other statistics everywhere else. There was one thing I saw on it that they were arguing about the lockdown,
Mhm.
that this guy was explaining to this county supervisors, California. So already he's had about 6 of his friends, his veteran, commit suicide because of the job losses and because of this, that, and the other. Just over, he's talking about, because they were really locked down. They're not like this. They weren't, their stores are still open here, but everything was locked up over there. And so, just wondering if maybe get the age and see where they were, because people have lost their jobs in cases. So, and they have no other recourse. So
I will, I'll have some.
it's just one of my deals of interest.
I'll also try to get it for the entire year, maybe from March on.
Okay.
Compare it to the previous year, to see what those numbers look like. I will say that I always hesitate to say what the reason is.
Yeah, and you won't know.
Obviously, we all see news reports
Yeah.
about increases in suicide around the country. Many people, when they're asked about it, attribute it to the economic conditions
Yeah.
and the lockdown. I don't have the expertise to say that, but I'll be happy to provide the data that you requested.
Yeah, because I've also looked at young people, couldn't see my friends anymore, so
Right.
this kind of a deal. So,
Right.
but anyway, be nice. I appreciate all your efforts here.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Toys for Manhattan, and I know it's not called Shop with the Cop anymore, but
Cops and kids.
thank you. Good. Went
Yeah,
well?
Cops and Kids, that's led by the Fraternal Order of Police. They've raised all the money that they had set their goal for this year, and are currently shopping for presents and making those arrangements to have them distributed to the kids who they've identified. I think it's next weekend is when that'll happen.
Okay, good deal.
Don't have the exact date, but
No,
it's
it's okay.
coming up soon.
Yeah.
Toys for Manhattan, I can't tell you how, what their progress is. I know the lobby of the police department, we've actually had
They've
to,
showed pictures.
yeah, we've actually had to take presents out and take them over there
Yeah.
because we were running out of room. So we are getting a good response,
Yeah.
at least at our location.
Like it was lined up down that little hallway there in that front corridor there, yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Thanks for asking. Maybe some more donations will come in because of your inquiry.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, I think
No,
good on
thank
that,
you very
Dennis.
much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I just want to wish everybody watching and you a Merry Christmas and
Sure.
a good year
Same for you.
ahead.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Merry
Good
Christmas,
wealth,
Dennis.
good health, and safety all around.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Really enjoyed meeting and working with you too, also, very much.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
And I look forward to continuing to work with you over the next couple of years as well.
Yes, same here. Take care.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. There she is again.
I know. I know you guys are excited to spend the afternoon with me
Yes.
again.
Wait till Rich comes back here before you start.
Well, in the meantime, while we're waiting, I'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and move from the Board of Commission to the Board of County Health.
All in favor?
Aye. So at least we'll have that out of the way.
We're waiting for Rich. These are your documents for this afternoon's discussion.
Okay, thank you.
We're having a discussion this afternoon? Missed the memo on that.
No, you didn't.
Dang, I tried.
There should be stuff in your binder for you.
Yeah. Morning, Julie. How are you?
Good morning. Good, how are you?
Good.
Okay, Julie.
All right, good morning.
Good
Morning.
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 So I'm here to get approval to create a new position. This is for the IRIS coordinator position. It is grant funded. This is the grant that we we found out we received a week or two ago. So this is for the expansion of our IRIS program. That's our referral program. Currently, it's mainly used by our department. So we see a lot of referrals between programs, between WIC and MCH or the clinic and MCH. But we really need to expand it further. This has been a goal of ours for a couple of years now to try to expand it. So it will take a lot of work to do that. I think some of the hesitation with other outside agencies is they may not know the capabilities of the IRIS program, what it's used for and how to use it. So this person would be responsible for going out to the community to have those conversations and try to get more people to use the IRIS system. It will help us a lot because we can get new clients from, for instance, from Women's Health Group or from the hospital that may not know about our services. So we can gain some new clients that way. And it will certainly help outside agencies as well. We can refer out to them as well. So this person would be in charge of expanding the program and also in charge of our data. So it's right now we don't have anyone that's really in charge of looking at the data within the IRIS program. So monthly looking at referrals in and out to really kind of gain some insight on what we're seeing and how many new clients we're gaining each month from outside agencies. So, so that's what this person would be in charge of. And any questions, let me know.
I don't have any. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Norman, I stepped out for a minute. Did you guys make the motion to go in?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Did you make that, John?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
I'm on top of my game today. We'll see later, though. I have a chance to fail miserably. I don't have any issues with this. I can definitely see the need. Probably will streamline some things, add some efficiency to some equations, and of course, it's not ad valorem; it's grant funded. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
We need a motion on this.
I didn't know if there was any other further discussion.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the request for a new position, IRIS coordinator at the Riley County Health Department.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Have a good day. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too. I'll be back this afternoon.
Everyone's favorite time of year.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. See you.
I've made a couple recommendations on that, just for the record.
Well, I followed your lead and tried to get out of my 6 month yesterday talking to Greenwich.
Yeah.
I said, you fell on deaf
I
ears.
said, you sure you haven't been here 6 years already?
I just really thought, I'm like, does it seem that long?
Get a motion, gentlemen.
I'm going to go ahead and move the recess as the Board of Health and reconvene as the Board of Commission.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
I'm up next, gentlemen, at 10:45.
Okay.
Hey, John,
Yeah,
appreciate it.
yeah. I've got an extra basketball poster too if you need one. Okay. They sent me 4 of them for $10. It's just the price of processing and shipping, so it's not a big deal. Keep one at
Yeah, I think
home.
that's something at least, we all have something to look forward to watch potentially is make.
I
I'm
think-
not saying they're gonna win more than what I thought, but if they're progressing and.
Yeah,
can be competitive,
I think you,
Yeah.
I,
That's
I,
the problem.
I think it could be entertaining. I'm just gonna put it that
They're
way.
gonna be young, and
Yeah.
starting three freshmen, I mean, what do you expect? But
Well, the Bradford kid and the Nigel Pack kid look like they're gonna be pretty legit.
I knew this was a building here anyway. Yeah,
I just need to see something out of the sophomores, and Jawan Gordon showed some flashes. We need to do something different offensively. Shooting 4 from 22 from the 3-point line just it ain't gonna get it done no matter how talented you are. It's just not. I don't know what the answer is there, but
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, he went 0 for 7 from 3-point range. It'd be different if it was like, you're shooting threes and are halfway down and come back out. But I mean, some of them just look horrid. I mean, horrid. Like, I was out on the court trying to shoot 3-pointers type horrid.
You guys better at that. That's what gets me.
I know.
You can't improve that.
Yeah. I don't, yeah. X's and O's, I don't know what the deal is there.
Also, all of a sudden, we're getting preschoolers this year, which has always been your big thing. That's not, you just got to learn that.
And that to me is the easiest of all of those things. You just stand there. You don't have a hand in your face. You don't have to do motion. You don't have to take a bounce pass. You can do it at your. I've seen some guys that do it real fast and some guys that really go through a process. There was a guy from the Bulls back in the 90s at center. They had Bill Cartwright had this whole kind of, yeah, had this whole kind of motion in the way he went about it.
Biggest thing with free throws is consistency. Doing it
Yeah.
the same every time.
Yeah.
Well, that's like Steve Henson.
Yeah.
He said, of course, his dad is a basketball coach. He had started in junior high. He got a routine. He did exactly the same every time. He's our leading
Yeah.
free throw shooter.
There was the one year they had the other guy, the other guard with him, and they were like 1 and 2 in the country in fouls.
Yeah.
They're like 98, 96% or something. That's what it is.
I think that other chair is not broken if you want to switch chairs, John.
Okay, I think we're gonna do that. I kept feeling like I was sitting off to the right here. I need to switch chairs. This one broke.
Oh, somebody keeps changing them around. But he's got
I've been
one.
sitting funny all morning today and haven't been able to figure out why, and then I just saw it.
But he's, Marvin's using the one that I sat in for about 3 years. So
Maybe it's time for some new chairs. Get worn out after a
I
while.
think the planning board does that.
Oh, Monday night? Yeah, it could very well be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been kind of sitting like this all morning. I just haven't been able to figure it out. I don't know, for the department heads, yeah. Didn't have one on there. I kind of tweaked my way through it, but it'll be accurate. Do you have a quick second too? I won't be here.
Okay.
You said it.
Okay. It's a good thing your hair is gray already.
I forgot, I had 14, you know.
Well, I had 5.
Oh.
And
The last two, first two went through, and the last two. No,
and so,
I had 4.
but your problem is that you have to associate with commissioners. You know, and all of them are different.
Only 24 years worth.
All of them are different, and whatever. So, my oldest daughter came back and checked on the funeral that her friend had to pick up another friend out of Indiana and come, and so told her she was staying out too late last night. She's on restriction now. course, she was born in 66, so that makes her a little bit older than what,
Same year as me.
66? So, and so she's got 3 daughters of her own, and she thought that we were real strict with her. She's stricter than we were on her, to her 3 daughters.
Yeah, I know my kids be the same way.
Yeah.
And I was strict.
Her stories go in Dad when I was getting, and it would be the deal of, okay, get up. Your mom said you got to get up so you can go to school. Look at my watch. 5 minutes is the limit. Okay, it's 7 minutes. Why aren't you up? Wake up. I have a bugle next to him and I blow it. You don't move. And she remembers this one. She wouldn't get up. Had a pitcher of ice water with ice cubes in it and just poured it right on top of her head in her bed. And I said, you get up. She remembers that. She
Mom probably didn't like that tactic. She had to clean it up.
Well, no, the daughter had to clean it up.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
And I did that to a couple of them, and the rest of them saw it, and they didn't do anything more because, I didn't have time to sit around and get them ready for school.
I told my kids they wake up, and by the time I pulled their feet off and their head hit the floor, they get up. So they got up to the room.
Yeah, so it was a quick type of deal. It was only lasted a few weeks that they did, but they remember that. Because they have kids of their own and they had to do similar stuff, okay? So they've learned some new tactics and what it is. They all like it. Even had one of them where he wouldn't get up, so I turned the bed upside down. I'd get
I
up.
think I know which one that one was.
You got it.
He had that same issue on debate trips. I remember that.
I never had trouble getting up. Never.
I mean, I was always the early bird. Remember, when I was a little kid, I'd always go around to my friend's house. We lived in a real small town, so you just walk around and knock on the door. So all the rest of the kids were up, and all the friends always called me the early bird, because I was up and wanting everyone to get up and get moved.
Yeah.
So we go play, do something.
Well, you have a longer day to do something.
That's how I am. I like the first part of the day the best.
Yeah.
I like to get going early, no matter
I
what.
started to notice, I wake up at odd times. I don't sleep well. It's just me
I
by
don't
nature.
sleep well neither.
Like this
That's
morning, I
part of
woke
the
up at 4:52 and just kind of laid there and stayed. And sometimes it is the most peaceful time of the day.
Oh, yeah.
It really is.
Well, Jody, mom, she gets up at like 4:30 just so she can have a half hour before work before kids.
Okay,
get up.
you're on.
All right. I look at that clock, and that clock's never right with the world.
No,
That's because
it's
it got
not.
changed at the early part of November, so it's off.
Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is the time annually that as elected official, I always like to present with the commissioners the information on, the main accomplishments and main task of our office and the goals for 2021. The accomplishments, as you can see, gentlemen, what a lot of people forget is Riley County government provides services for all of the other public entities, and that's how we do that, through that assessed valuation. The appraiser's office calculates the appraisal. We're the ones that turn in assessed valuation. That way all the governmental entities in Riley County know how much value they have per mill levy, so they can develop their budgets, develop a balanced tax roll, including intangibles taxes. Susie Brown in our office does one portion of the intangibles taxes. All 39 budgets come through our office for certification, and it's not just a rubber stamp, gentlemen. We have to go through there and make sure each of one of those public entities is following the statutes that are relevant, and sometimes they do not, and we say, this levy exceeds what you're legally allowed to do, and we're going to have to take it back to here. And so that is a very time-consuming task. The townships in Riley County, ever since I've been here, we really help the townships and cemetery officers a lot. They're separate elected governing bodies, the township officers are. and cemetery officers are appointed, and a lot of times they're one and the same with the township officers, but we actually set up meetings with them individually in our office to help them put their budgets together. There are many other counties do not do that. Some will even charge them for doing that. Some will require them to go out and pay someone else to do that. Those public entities don't have a lot of money in the first place, and so we do that just as part of the service of Riley County. Red Cross blood drives, that's something, of course, that is not a legal Riley County responsibility, but we have done that for decades. Commissioners have always supported allowing us to do that because it is something to where we can all give back and contribute to the community. And Lori Muir in our office puts all of those together and does a very good job.
Does a very good job. She's able to reschedule some of those momentarily. I try to do it once every 3 months as allowed to. And you can tell her I got my 1 gallon.
Oh, okay, good deal.
In the mail, yeah.
You're just trying to lose weight by losing blood.
Yeah, actually it don't work that way because it just kind of builds your blood back up. So yeah, it'd be nice, but no, it don't work that way.
And with this COVID thing, of course, gentlemen, of course, it had a direct impact just within our office, but from the very beginning, early on, when they needed help, when the hotline got established and they didn't have staff answering phone calls and stuff, our staff volunteered and those phone calls were coming directly into our office, and our staff was doing that. Right now with the free testing sites, they're always sending out emails about needing additional help, and we've been allowing some of our staff to do that part-time, go to those sites and help them out a lot. Ed Kalis was so appreciative. He came in and brought a treat for the ladies in the office. Of course, we all get to share it, because he was so impressed with their work and really appreciated all the help that it gave them. That way the professionals that were dealing with the health aspects didn't have to deal with, getting people in line and preliminary stuff. And so that was a great help. You gentlemen, of course, know the importance of the budget process, something I take great pride in. A lot of people think of our office as elections, but we're significantly more than elections, as you can see from this list. I was the first accountant that was required to have a degree that was hired in Riley County. And so I really came to the clerk's office because of my financial background, and that's something I take great pride in. The work that we do with the budget process, with the audit process as well, receiving the highest qualification available for the 2019 budget and audit. Inmate medical, you gentlemen are aware of that process. Not going to read everything. The radio infrastructure, I can tell you the last 3 years, that has taken a significant amount of time of not only Tammy's, myself, and Clancy's and Pat's and their staff. It's been a tremendous amount of work. Transition accounts payable clerk under the budget and finance officer position. That's something we did new for this year to kind of streamline processes within our office, and then cross-training for the payroll processing. Of course, you guys know right now with the accounts payable down below, that's where I was this morning interviewing for the position with Whitney leaving our office. So we'll get full up to staff here shortly. Human resources, you gentlemen are well aware of the large undertaking we've been doing with getting Elizabeth on board. And now we'll have to fill the position with Whitney, but I can tell you it's gone very well. We have had other people on our staff, DN, that are cross-trained in a lot of those aspects in payroll, and Michelle as well, that are just super sharp employees and can do whatever we ask for them. And that's something just overall with our office. It's a real team environment, and whenever we ask someone to help out, they help out. No questions asked, and I couldn't ask for a better team. Health insurance benefits, that's huge. Whitney did a lot of that. That's critically important for all the county staff. It's very beneficial to have someone that has in-depth knowledge of the health insurance and all benefits in general. One big challenge has been the management of the FFCRA, emergency paid sick leave, due to the COVID-19. And that's going to become a huge concern for a lot of employees and organizations, because that ends December 31st. And if we're still in COVID and people are still having COVID issues, they're not going to be protected anymore under that FFCRA. And we will not be receiving any additional funding for that. So if that does not get extended, gentlemen, that is an early on policy we're going to have to address on how we're going to handle that. I can tell you this, if we do not grant some type of administrative leave or some other special leave, there will be a lot of employees that could potentially run out of all annual and sick leave, especially the newer employees. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Elections, it was a huge undertaking this year, gentlemen. As you know, Susan and her crew just did a great job with it. But honestly, it was like administering 2 elections each election, with the primary and general, with doing mail ballot and polling place. It was like conducting 2 full-blown elections at once. Our staff, all the volunteers from all the various departments, we couldn't do it without. And then, of course, all of those poll workers. The poll workers, it was amazing this year. You know, we lost over 90 because of concerns with COVID. But I just simply came here, commission meeting, I made a couple requests at a press conference, and that's pretty much all I did. And people stepped up and volunteered, like so many that we had more than we needed. And that was great. It just great attribute of our community. The mail ballot drop boxes, of course, were a great thing to implement, even in the smaller communities. The smaller communities, we did have some participation dropping those off at those city offices, and we appreciate those city offices working with us on that. Every year, new polling places. You know, that's a big thing about elections that people don't realize. You know, we have 30 polling places in our community, but we don't have any legal authority to say we need a polling place, so we're going to use your facility. And many times people tell us we don't want you to use us anymore as a facility. And then if we find a place that has to pass federal ADA regulations to allow us to use it as a facility, and whatever room they give us, we're stuck with. And so that's what can contribute to some delays in voting sometimes at a smaller polling place during a bigger election. And that's why I'm such a big advocate for advanced voting prior to take pressures off polling places. Administratively, I'm not sure a lot of people realize that we do sell wildlife and parks licenses. We do all the inventory for all the county departments and commissioners. Of course, Cindy Cabrel does a great job with the Board of County Commissioner meetings, and then homestead and food sales tax filings. The goals, you can see, similar, related to a lot of the things that I have mentioned above, but also I think the next board, and I know at least it's a priority of one current city commissioner, of sales tax issue for road and bridges. We'll be doing a lot of work on that.
And you've listed another one over there that I wanted to bring back up, and that was the Open Gov too. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna send something out to Andrew. I'm thinking maybe we start discussing that again, maybe in February.
And he's in contact with us regularly.
Oh, okay, he is. Okay,
Yep,
good.
yep, he is. He's ready for us, and he keeps us updated. We told him too. He said, you know, we are interested, and so he, all I gotta do is drop him an email, and he'll be here via Zoom as quickly as we can.
That's what we were discussing.
As you know, Tammy and I do believe there are some great benefits to that. It is an additional cost, but we do recommend that we proceed that way at some point in time. Like everything, it costs money.
I think though on that one, I think there's enough efficiency and enough other tangibles in place to maybe not offset all of it, but we have a value elsewhere where it offsets some things.
And it really goes hand in hand with a big portion of why I was in favor of moving forward with that full-time PIO position, to get some things more out on our website that look in a more professional manner, but also user-friendly manner for those that aren't of the financial mind to easily understand and readily available.
I get a lot of, that's one thing I get a lot of complaints on, is the website sometimes is hard to navigate. It's not really visually, aesthetically pleasing. So there's some things there, I think, with that we can do. And that's when I first came across that was one of the things that just jumped off the page at me. But yeah, I want to continue to discuss
and everything
that.
you just mentioned there is something that we're directly going to have the PIO work on. That was what really pushed me over to the other side to say, okay, yeah, we really need this. Complete reporting and audit process for CARES Act. Tammy's done a tremendous job in the Budget and Planning Committee and being involved in that process. It has just been a tremendous amount of work, gentlemen. But I think it's also given a tremendous amount of benefit to our public as well, and that's the reason it was put in place. Human resources and payroll, like I said, I talked a little bit about that. But of course, it's a working process right now. Elizabeth's new, but as you see with the evaluations, Sometimes change is good, and I think she's done some good changes and additions in the evaluation processes. And I like how she's put together the folders for the county commissioners. And like I said, we're going to look to find another good team member to replace Whitney. And my biggest thing is every time I hire a new person, I'm always trying to improve that position. I'm not one that is opposed to change. And you see that on there, John, about the evaluate the open gov platform for personnel information.
That's probably the one side I don't really know too much about, but then again, that's not necessarily my ground either. So you guys can, and Tammy can fill in the gaps on that.
There's a lot of tools, and Elizabeth will be, of course, involved in that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
New hire orientation process. I know Elizabeth has it on her list to do some different things there, as well as department head and supervisor education as well. Elections. Last year, I did present testimony to the legislature about voters being able to apply just one time to receive ballots for all elections instead of every election like every individual has to, except for those that are sick and disabled. I think that would be a great way to go and be much more efficient. Elections, we're going to be updating a lot of election job descriptions just due to, of course, a much heavier workload in the mail ballot elections. One thing that I did not put on here that I should have was, of course, big goal for this next year is the development and success of the PIO position. I didn't put that on here. I thought of that after I had submitted this, but that'll be a full-time job as well. We do believe we have a great candidate for that position, but there is going to be a lot of work. Once this pandemic is done, that's going to be the primary focus at the very beginning, but also to see that person, once they get on, they'll spend some time to evaluate our website, different communication techniques that we do and don't do, and what we do at this time, how we can improve.
I have some ideas. I want to work with that person out of the gate immediately.
Yep, and as the commission knows, I do expect that position to be here over for all the commission meetings, because I think it's critical that position, no one understand what the commissioners are talking about and the dialogue you guys are having, because they are going to be our communication source for the outside and to help clarify things for local media and constituents and on our website. And so I think it'll be important, and they could actually relieve some of the duties that IT is doing right now with Mary. They can go back to having that IT person do IT stuff, because trust me, especially now we're keeping them more than busy full time, and that'd take a little load off there. So gentlemen, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Good.
I have a couple comments if you don't mind.
Well, yeah, if you let me just finish first, I can't do all this without commissioner support. That is, and that's what I've told many of the department heads that we interview. And one of the primary reasons we are so successful is we have commission support to be successful. And that's what I've told department heads. Riley County has always been good at supporting department heads to be able to make things to be successful, whether it's equipment, pay and salaries. That's what keeps us competitive, to get good people. We all understand we didn't get a raise of cost of living or step, but we've been very fortunate in the past and have gotten very good ones. And we've always been appreciative of that. But that's how we stay competitive, and that's how I can get the good employees that I have that make it easier on all of us and make the rest of us look good. So thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to first say thanks to both Michelle and Jody, because they spent most of their mornings during commission meetings during this COVID sitting outside and evaluating traffic in and out, so things were safe and everybody was properly distanced and everybody knew what the guidelines and rules were. That's took away from their daily duties. And elections, I'm just blown off the map of how consistent and how good we were able to do that. Since election day, we've heard the horror stories from around the country. Whether they're all true or not, I don't know. But one thing I do know is it didn't happen here in Riley County, and for that, I'm incredibly grateful. So,
thank you. Appreciate that. I went into a local small business within walking range here a couple of weeks ago, and they said, "Boy, we need you to run all the elections in the other state." And I said, "No, thanks. We have our hands full here.
Yeah.
We have our hands full here, and just like to focus on what we have to do." But I appreciate the compliment. But yeah, it's a tough business, and no matter what you do, you get criticized, as you know. I mean, we got criticized through the process, but we did in my opinion, staff and everyone involved did a tremendous job. And no matter what you do, you're going to get criticism of some sort. But we definitely did not have the problems that you saw in other locations.
Yep.
So thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate all of your support.
Thank you.
And, of course, I'll continue to be working with Ron and Marvin the next few meetings. But gentlemen, I've appreciated the time with you guys and your leadership that you've given to the community. People don't realize what it takes to be in these elected positions. It's tremendously important work, and we appreciate everything you've done for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's time for us to jump right into that, is it not?
It
Okay.
is.
I'm going to go ahead and move that the county commission, including Chairman Rodriguez, Commissioner Ford, and Commissioner Wells, recess into executive session on a performance matter involving non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, to protect the privacy of the employee, and the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at, I don't know on this one, 11:30 a.m. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye. 30, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I just notified, Monday, I fixed my lunch and checked my email, all this, and got my mom's going, get the alarm clock, got everything all set up on the refrigerator, up on the finder. Then about 1:45, I got the email, whatever, went over and took the alarm up. I forgot to pull the little button out, so it wouldn't have gone off anyway if I'd have.
Oh, believe me, we would have checked on you. No, I decided since I'm spending long hours over here at the office here, the next couple of meetings, I'm just gonna stop at a couple of various places over here and get lunch and eat in the office. In fact, I stopped over at Tallgrass on Thursday, and Gina Scroggs was over there having lunch with the owner and a couple other business owners. So I was able to chat with them for a second. So that was productive. So
Yeah, I used to just, years ago, I used to just put right down the alley of Tallgrass.
yeah.
Then they did away with my favorite macaroni meal.
Well, they've got some options with that. You know, you could.
Now, again, but back then,
Yeah.
they
Oh, okay.
you have to have steak, salmon, and all kinds of stuff.
I got pork belly or something that you could add with it too.
Then they did away with it for a while.
Yeah.
And I just put it on, and I think it was arrested.
Yeah. Probably too many people are like, you got rid of it. I don't know.
What do you think, John? Should I put in for that new commission thing? The new commission orientation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, you've at least known me for a year or two.
Well, no, I mean, what I told Kim was, I said, you know, not all says he served for 8 years, but he's always been actively involved in the process even before 8 years.
Yeah.
So you're really aware of a, you know, really long-term, you know, and, you know, discussion on what a commissioner does in particular, I think would be very valid on there because I think it's accurate.
I'll reply
Yeah,
back.
it's
I
very
agree.
accurate.
I
Yeah.
agree. You'd be good.
Yeah.
You will be good.
For the record, they have an outgoing female commissioner and then from a larger county and then you to get a couple of different perspectives. So I thought the way they're putting that together was good. Of course, it's virtual, so you don't have to go to Topeka.
Right.
So, okay.
Okay.
I like that. That commercial, I think it's an insurance commercial, but the old boy is, he's got his tie and everything on, and his laptop there in his lap, and it slips off his lap, and he's wearing his boxer shorts.
They had an issue, I can't remember what state it was. They were having a legislative committee kind of, you know, because that's what they're doing this time of the year. And yeah, same thing. Guy was dressed up in a tie, but had absolutely nothing on underneath and stood up. Nothing. And stood up in front of the camera.
Oh.
The jokes on social media, I won't repeat them, but interesting.
That's what I always liked about the radio show, and of course, I always dressed in purpose. People would have on, they come in half dressed, pick their shoes, sandals off, and so I like the radio show. I didn't have to comb my hair. There you go. And this old boy that's come out the other day, wants that one door, he, no reason he wants me to do it, because he said, I just love listening to you every week, you know, for 9.5 years there and all that. And I really miss the show. It cost me a lot of boxes and car shows.
I'll see you at 1:30.
Yeah, sounds good.
You guys on there? 1:30, gentlemen.
Sounds good.
Oh, yes. No, if somebody would look at your presentation today, and that's what the county commission is about. This is what the counties do. Counties are unlike cities and things, there's a lot of peace and justice stuff. We're not a social organization. We don't do social work. We don't tell businesses how to operate. That's cities and state and federal. And county commissioners, a state statute do these functions. You operate county, period.
Yeah, much different than city government.
Yep.
Apples and oranges.
Oh, yeah.
The only similarity is they are both local governments, but they provide different services. Well, enjoy your lunch.
I will do that. Vegetable soup. I'm hungry. Vegetable beef soup. I brought a can opener this time.
Good. good. It's been good. The 2 years have been good. They really have.
Yep. All right, Sean. See you after lunch.
Ooh, all right. I gotta say, I had myself a good quality lunch this afternoon. Some Kobe beef sliders and some red beans and rice with andouille sausage from Bourbon and Baker. Highly recommend.
That's what you had, that's what you had at noon?
Highly recommend.
All I had was barbecued chicken, baked potato salad, and gravy for the baked potato. Homemade.
I got a couple leftover chicken breasts I'm gonna have for dinner tonight, so I thought I'd eat a little bigger lunch today.
Yeah.
Typically, when I work down here at the office, I like to go to one of the establishments down here and kind of grab something and bring it back.
That's a problem, self. Remember to bring a can opener so I didn't have to try to beat the can open with my knife letter opener.
Yeah, that'd be good. You know that.
Yeah, letter openers aren't really made for that sort of thing.
Well, that's a heavy duty steel one I got. I mean, but it took a lot of pounding the last time.
You know that those pies the other day we got?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They were made in Lincoln, Kansas.
Yeah.
That's Vicky's hometown.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that
Hey, Amanda.
used to be made in Washington City, Washington. And the guys in Lincoln bought it. And so
I,
they've been doing it. They've been,
Have some homemade apple butter at home.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Some from last year, and I'll give you guys another. I'll remind myself to set a couple out. I'll bring you another jar. But
here we are, a bunch of old guys talking about food and homemade.
I put that in. I put a slice of that in the microwave just to warm it up, just enough throughout, and then put some of that on top of that crust. Oh my God, that's got to be like heaven. That's got to be what heaven's like. Yeah, yeah.
Well, there's
I go
our
back home for
wonderful
Thanksgiving.
clerk.
My grandmother and I make a batch of it.
Great
every
guy
year.
we look up to.
Huh?
Remind me, I'll give you a
Great
jar.
clerk that we look up to.
Okay.
Or straight across to, one or the other.
I've got plenty. I was just telling the guys I had a pretty good lunch today. Kobe beef sliders and red beans and rice with andouille sausage from Bourbon and Baker. Highly recommend.
Bourbon Baker's good.
Yes. I walked in through the back. That was almost a mistake.
Oh, yeah, they should.
I was like, holy cow, I can smell that through the mask. Woo. They're busy on holiday orders. They've got a lot. So I'm glad.
Good about there is, the bread that you get with your meals and you eat there is fresh from
Mhm.
there, and
Yeah.
yeah, I really like that place.
Yeah, I
My
do
wife
too.
and wife and I's probably favorite.
Yeah. There really isn't a place down here I haven't been at that I really don't like. El Patron's good. The chef's good. Now I'm hungry again.
My son, who's 26, isn't a fan of the small place because he needs 10 of them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I needed more than one of the Kobe sliders, so I went with the big plate on that.
But one was better for your workout routine.
Well, as I was telling them, I've got some leftover chicken breast, so I'll just have that for dinner tonight. So it's okay to eat a little larger lunch. Now we'll go in the gym this afternoon.
Lunch was chicken breast.
That's what he had too.
I did do barbecue chicken at home, baked potato salad. All I had to do was sit down, put my knife and fork like that, where's my food, came and all that.
She's watching. I mean, Vicky on the screen.
She's been watching them.
So when Marvin's not here on Monday, we'll know why.
You'll know why you get the same food as the dog tonight.
Right.
Yeah. He doesn't eat it all. She doesn't eat it all the time, so I'll have some left over.
There you go.
You know. If you guys really believe what I say,
Phew, that's a loaded question. Christmas Eve, a week away. Can you believe it? Man, it felt like it took forever to get to like mid to late September, and boom, here we are.
Yeah, I agree.
I was just thinking, technically the regular college football season will be over Saturday. There's be a handful of bowl games and the playoffs, and
There's no more K-State to watch.
Yeah.
Football.
That's on next year.
what's the use of living? Been a crazy year.
Odd year all the way around.
Yeah. It most certainly has.
Are we at 2 or 1:30?
1:30, okay.
What I thought. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and move that the county commission, including Chairman Rodriguez, Commissioner Ford, and Commissioner Wells, recess into executive session on a performance matter involving non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act to protect the privacy of the employee. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will also be present. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 2 p.m.
All in favor?
Aye.
So,
okay. Sorry.
Okay,
There you go.
there we go. Okay, now I will move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
We'll also move that the record reflect action. Well, actually, we had no binding action during that executive session.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay, here we go again. I move the county commissioners, including Chairman Rodriguez, Commissioner Ford, and Commissioner Wells, recess into executive session on a performance matter involving non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act to protect the privacy of the employee. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will also be present in the open meeting to resume in the County Commission chamber at 2:30 p.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I'll be great too.
It'll be great.
Yeah, he said he's great, not just.
Is this the next roast?
I'm the next victim.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna bring a box.
I've got my keys. I just have to take my house key off.
Good. Okay. Move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. I'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. And for the last time today, anyway, I move the county commission, including Chairman Rodriguez, Commissioner Ford, and Commissioner Wells, recess into executive session on a performance matter involving non-elected personnel and an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act to protect the privacy of the employee. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will also be present. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 3 o'clock on the dot
All
PM.
in favor?
Aye.
Till it gets on there. Now do it.
I gotta catch my breath again.
Okay,
I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
I'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And quite a bit of a long day, so if there is no other business, Rich,
I have none, gentlemen. Thank you.
gentlemen,
Have none.
I'm gonna go make a motion, we adjourn.